Hey there! Welcome to the new stream layout. I'm very excited. A lot of things have changed. Oh, well, Kitty is here. How are you all doing? Hello there, Cat 090. And I also think I've seen Shade Step. Hey there. How are you all doing? A lot of things have changed. Oh wait, I needed to close the door. Well, not close it, but at least. So as you can see, I'm standing. Revolutionary, I know. So I am way more flexible now. I can be way more energetic and do more stuff around the room. So yeah, and I decided to activate the face cam again because I'm not in a lazy slouching position on my mattress where it's kind of embarrassing to show myself, but I am way more presentable in this position. And yeah. So the plan for today's stream is to, at first I'm gonna just draw real quick one new emote for the Discord server, and then later I will give you a tour around the room and explain to you what has changed. Well, you don't really know much about my room as it was before, but I have photos and so I can show you and compare it. Hey Psychofox, how are you doing? Glad to see you here too. And yeah, I'm gonna give you a tour around because the camera, the kitty cam camera that you see right now that is focused on Hoko. Is the camera frozen right now? No, it isn't. I had some camera issues just now, and that's why I was a bit late, because it's very weird with the USB ports. It just works on one. Like, I have a device that is giving me extra USB ports, and it only works on that device, but not on the direct USB ports on my PC for some reason. I don't know. Hey there, YS Books. How are you doing? The room looks cool. Thank you. You will see it much more in detail later. Yeah, so I'm gonna give you a tour around the room, and then we will draw more Discord emotes. And first off, I am going to show you a bunch of the new ones that I already prepared. As always, I do the sketches beforehand, so I have already the general composition on this scaling and everything already figured out beforehand, so I don't need to do that all during the stream. So we already have a bunch, but so yeah, you might have seen this one before. Also, let me give you the preview right here in the corner. It's a bit cut off. We can fix this. Still a bit cut off. That probably is because it's the wrong setting. There we go. Now it's a little weird, but I'm going to fix it. I just want to show it to you because then you have a preview. Okay, it's not working. I'm not gonna fix it right now. Never mind. I just wanted to have you a smaller preview picture of of the emote, because in the end it's gonna be very small. So you have a direct comparison, but you know, I can also just scale it up and down. So this one you might already know. This is like a gift emote. It's probably not gonna be very useful in the Discord server. You're welcome, Wisebooks. You're absolutely welcome. But I have some that might be more useful. So also that one you might know. I've already shown this to you and I made some small adjustments. But for some reason I'm still not quite happy with it. I don't know why. It's cute, but it needs to be even more cute. I don't know. Well done. So this is one of the new ones. Just some kind of like shy lurking emote. I don't know. it's very simple. Then here some vibing, some music listening. A sad one with like super oversized eyes and drooping ears. Very sad. And I think it should also come over well if it's very small. Try to make sure that the eyes and the teardrop are large enough. Then some kind of derp emote, I don't know. It's just some random stuff. Then here, this is one of those that I'm really excited about. I don't know why I had this idea. And I don't know when it's gonna be applicable, but it's just such a silly idea that I wanted to draw it, and just rocking out Yoshi. It's perfect with the long tongue too. And I don't exactly know if it's gonna come over well if it's like really small. But in Discord you can, like, if you just post the emote itself, you can have like a larger version and then it should be fine. But yeah, I love this one especially, it's very silly. Then on fire, it's just so energized, it's bursting with energy. And I also wanted to do a shrug emote, but it didn't really work out too well. Might try it later. Then just some kind of cute little emote. Kind of like similar to the animation that I did recently. It's just like a little head tilt, you know, like typical from animes, like this kind of motion. Hey, I can show you motions and expressions now live with my face and my hands and stuff. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? Wonderful. Then also kind of like a what face? What? Huh? Very simple. And just to chill, sipping some tea or coffee or whatever you prefer. Then another one that I really like a lot is like adventurous little mink or link mink or however you want to call it. In connection to the origin of my name, Mink, which is just Link with an M. That's it. If you know the game series Zelda. And then the last one is just some kitty paws clapping. Very cute. Because I want to have some kind of like applause emote or some kind of clapping emote for Discord server whenever somebody posts something nice, like some neat looking art, and like you can applaud to it. It's neat. So I really wanted to have that. It's not very original to have like paws clapping together. It's like many other people have that kind of emote, but now I'm also gonna have one of these. So yeah. So if you have any preferences of for what kind of emote you want to have drawn today first, you can tell me that. And yeah, it doesn't really matter with what we start, because in the end At some point I will draw all of them that I showed to you, but you can decide which one I'm gonna start with. Like, what kind of emotes are you most excited about? Also, I'm burpy again. I ate shortly before the stream, as always. But, Kitty is good. I made sure that Hoko stays at that spot. Oh yeah, also what I can show you is I have a two webcam set up for the kitty cam. So I can just switch back and forth. That's weird. It's not supposed to pop up over here. Well, anyways, I can switch back and forth. But for some reason, it's also opening a window somewhere else, so I need to change that. Well, whatever. So I can... There we go. I'm just gonna hide this. I can switch back and forth between these two spots. It's just underneath my desk. Like you can see, here's my shoe. And I have a little basket prepared for her. She has a lot of different spots right now. I think she likes the changes. She has been enjoying them, and that also makes me happy. Of course, she was very kind of freaked out when all of this stuff changed around the room, and it was quite a lot of work that took several days. But now she has settled down. Well, shall we get to the drawing? Now, nobody had said anything about what kind of emote they prefer. I take it as a you'd like to have any of these. So we go with that, and then why not just start with the one that we see right now? So gonna prepare the layers. All right. And it's fun? All right. I see you have switched to Twitch after all. Alright. Now there is also a question that I'm kind of curious about the people right now on the YouTube side. If you even know about Twitch. Because it's something that I'm not so sure about. I think like a lot of people are actually not even aware that Twitch even exists, even though they use YouTube on a regular basis and even might watch streams on YouTube, but Twitch might be kind of new to them. And Twitch is kind of like a niche platform after all. It's like mainly for gaming stuff, and if you're watching streams that are drawing related on YouTube, you might have never heard of it. So I'm curious. Also, by the way, so I have a 3 camera setup right now, 2 for the kitty cam, and this one here is actually my camcorder that I usually use for making videos. And I can use that too in combination with a capture card. It's very nice. Oh my god. Also, my tablet has been glitching out quite a lot recently. And I don't know why. It might be slowly but surely the time when I need to get a new one. Oh my god. Oh my god! Calm down there, please. Okay, it seems like it only does that when I'm resting my hand on the screen a lot. Where is it? Maybe it's specific spots on the... I am very confused. Let me try to just move it over here. Oh boy. Please. Please. So I think I just need to like awkwardly hover. Like I cannot really rest my hand on the screen. But I need to be very light with it. And then it works. Okay. So what have you been up to? There is a bunch of stuff that I can tell you, since a lot of stuff has changed, as you can see. Oh boy. But yeah, how about you? Is there anything that has changed? Is there any kind of exciting project that you're working on? Alright, what can I do to reduce that strange jittering? So if I just put my hand with the side of my hand on the tablet, it's not registering anything, so the glove is working. But for some reason, while I'm drawing and I'm resting the hand on the tablet, it's just freaking out. So it might be that the sensors for registering the pen get messed up because I put pressure on the screen. Oh well. Cat says, me not much, but I had my birthday a week ago, and so I stayed to Mrs. Stars. Happy belated birthday. That's awesome. If I would have streamed last week, then it might have been closer to your birthday, but oh well. But then also you would have probably been busy. Psychofox says, I'm still working on the songs. I'll have finished previews next week. Awesome. That's very exciting. Seems like you have been busy, which is great. Yeah, I also have been working on music. Although that has been going a bit slow. Because, well, other things came in between. But I like how it turned out so far. I gave you a little preview during my last stream. For those who were there or watched the VOD. I signed up for Discord, but I'm not into gaming. Don't really want to create more accounts I don't use. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Discord was primarily used for gaming purposes, like you have some kind of in-game chat and you have servers for several different games and like having a place for your friends where you can hang out. But there are many other ways to use Discord nowadays. It is still quite heavily gaming orientated, but not as much as it was in the past. Like I am a member of many different Discord servers that have nothing to do with gaming or barely anything. Like a lot of streamers that like are musicians or artists, and yeah. I really need to be careful now. That's gonna be something. Yeah, I think I need a new drawing tablet. A drawing screen. Which sucks. Cause it costs a lot. But what can you do? I had this drawing tablet for a bit more than 5 years at this point. So it hasn't been all that long. But I have been using it quite a lot, I do have to say. And also, I have been kind of abusing it in a way that, you know, I've been using it outside during the heat, and that has caused me a lot of trouble with the battery and caused some damages. That probably has reduced its overall lifespan quite significantly. Now I could also send this drawing tablet to the tech support and let it maybe repair. But you know how it is nowadays. It's often just cheaper and easier to buy a new device. And you know, like, they probably would have to exchange a lot of different things, like the sensors and maybe the case and the screen all together, because a lot of it is bent too, and it's probably gonna cost more than a new device. It's not as simple as just exchanging a battery or something like that. That's why you don't use Twitch. Oh. Yeah, Twitch is also very gaming orientated. But again, there is other stuff on Twitch. I mean, I am streaming to Twitch right now, and so I'm an example of a non-gaming stream, but there are many others. And if you search under the tag creative or art or music or stuff like that, then you can find a bunch of streamers that are doing non-gaming related stuff. Interestingly, like I'm for example, I just now recently watched somebody doing woodwork, and that's very interesting to me. I'm watching a lot of musicians, I'm watching animators and traditional and digital artists, sculptors. There are all sorts of streamers on Twitch. It's not only gaming and esports and whatnot, although that's the biggest stuff. That's what you always see in the front page. And you know, when there is some kind of tournament like League of Legends or Fortnite or I don't freaking know, then that's the big thing. That's what drives all the big numbers of viewers. You just have to search a little bit more, and then you can find a bunch of cool stuff. I also watch a lot of gaming related streams on Twitch, I do have to say. But I'm personally not really interested in, you know, esports, in League of Legends and all the first person shooters. I don't even know what they are all called. It's gonna be quite a challenge to draw today. Oh boy. Oh. Can I have like... something like a little pillow. I had one, but I don't know where it was. To kind of distribute the pressure more evenly, so it might freak out less, but oh well. And Hoko is sleeping. Sleepy kitty. Or I might orientate in a way that I can rest my hand on the screen, but on the very edge, so I need to always pull down the drawing very low. Oh well. And I also have to say, it took me a while to get used to this new layout and the standing desk. I haven't really been standing a lot before that, so I needed to get some standing stamina, as to say. My back muscles were quite exhausted during the first days of me trying the new desk. But at this point, my back is actually doing pretty okay. Is your cat's name spelled Haku or something like that? No, it's Hoko, and I do have a command for that. Now let's see if it's working. It works perfectly fine on Twitch, might work on YouTube, we will see. I did reset the Nightbot on YouTube, but still might not have been enough. You're welcome, cat. Yeah, it doesn't work on YouTube. Big surprise. I don't know what to do. I still haven't looked for a better alternative than Nightbot on the YouTube side. Hoko is so cute. I really want. Yeah, she looks very huggable and very cuddly, and she is. I mean, hugging is my... only when she's really in the mood. Which is usually only when I'm lying in bed and she just gets so desperate for me, like she really wants to have attention and not me lying in bed all the time not doing anything, and she gets bored, and so she comes to me and like burring around and meowing like crazy. And then she lies down next to me and I can hug her, and it's very cuddly. And she purrs like crazy. And she can purr like crazy, I can tell you. Actually, I can maybe demonstrate that. So I can switch over to the kitty cam, and let's see how this is gonna work out. So, whoops, that is the wrong camera. There we go. So now there should be some kind of weird echo. That's because I have two microphones running right now. The microphone on my desk and the webcam. Like, there is a microphone in the webcam. But when I'm moving over to the webcam, it should be a bit more bearable. Now I'm over here. And the point is that, you know, you can hear Hoko when I'm switching over to this setup. But another thing that I can just simply do is, you know, turn off the cam. Oh, actually it was turned off. Never mind. So when I'm turning it on, then you can hear some echo. So that is with the desk microphone. Now it's only the webcam mic, and I'm coming to the back. And here we are.
You're so sleepy.
Yeah, I made sure that she stays at this spot right now, so you all can see her well by putting some catnip on the towel. Had to use some kind of trick. And it worked, as you can see. She got very excited, and now she's exhausted. Got so high. She isn't even doing any sounds, she's just super sleepy. While I'm like this, however, I cannot hear anything what's going on the stream, and the chat is a bit far away. Can't hear with the music. Is the PC audio is still the same? Oh, you might have said that while I was still at the desk side. Well, can't really change much about this. Well, let's switch over again. Also, I have a facecam only mode too. For I don't know what purposes. Here you can see the chair where she's sitting on right now, and there is the other camera. Oh, she's standing up. What is she doing? She's cleaning. Are you awake again? Meow meow. Oh, she wants to get up. She wants to go somewhere else, maybe? We'll see. Let's switch over here again. Oh, did I? Yeah, I still have the music on here too. Good. But yeah, you can see that the camera quality is much better of this camcorder. It's not really a big surprise in comparison to some kind of cheap webcam. Like, you can see the noise going on and the low refresh rate. And this here is much better, very smooth. But also I have to say it's closer to the studio light, so that's also making a difference. Well, anyways, I will tell you more once I'm done with this emote, and it shouldn't take all that much longer. So where is she now? Oh well. No kitty. She is walking around right now, so once she's settled to a different spot, I think she wants to get on my computer chair right now. What is it? What do you want to do? So one thing I can do is I can just take that camera, and it is connected to a long extension cable. And there she is right now. What is it? What is it? Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. Oops, go to kitty cam only. Come on. I think because the chair is moving, it's turning around, it's kind of freaking her out a little bit. But she finally dared. Well done. And now I can just put the webcam Because well, I can show it to you. The nice thing about this thing is I have some kind of like flexible tripod. It wasn't really all that expensive. And I can just bend it however I want, and then I can just kind of clip it to wherever I need it to be. I'm gonna see it right here. Put it down. There we go. And the funny thing is, now it's turning with the chair. How cool. She's not really getting scared when I'm turning the chair too. She's just sitting there and enjoying the ride. So beautiful. So pretty. Alright, now she's on a chair. The only problem is, however, that the cable to the webcam is now very nicely in my way. Maybe I can change this a little bit. Okay, that was okay. So, and I need to, I can dodge her. Alright. Okay, over here. Now she's over there on this side. Cats are adorable. I very much agree. Probably to nobody's surprise. Alright, let's get back over here. Alright, I don't need to pay too much attention to the lines right now, because I actually want to have black paws, or at least very dark paws. So I've been thinking about what kind of color I want to give those paws. I don't want to have some kind of pattern, because it's just tedious to draw and doesn't really show all that well in emote size anyways. There we go. Huh. Oh, okay. No. There we go. There. Bam, bam, bam. And so I just want to have dark, like black paws. Could have been white too, but the little mink is already white, so also to kind of avoid confusions that it might the little mink be clapping, which is not the case. It's a kitty and not a mink. So yeah. And pink toe beans. And in this case, I don't really need to do any shading. But the problem is now, if it's very small, it's not very easily distinguishable from each other. So I might need to change the color of the lines over to a white. Maybe just on here. Just between the paws. And then also the toe beans can get a different color too. Just with the line color you can achieve quite a lot. Well, If you want to talk in Discord server, you are absolutely welcome to. It's up to you. You, of course, should not feel pressured in any sort of way. If you want to, then you can do it. If not, then it's also totally fine. No, I'm not so sure. But how this looks right now. There's a better separation, but it kind of looks off in a way. If I extend this over, then maybe I can do it like this. Or leave out those toe lines. So this is again stuff that I'm trying to figure out, because it's the first time that I'm trying to do something like this. I still don't have that much experience with making emotes. So what I need to make sure is that first of all, it looks good in small sizes. And second of all, it is looking well on different background colors. So it looks good and distinguishable on this white background, but it should also be the case for a dark background. So that's why I have these backgrounds prepared, so you can see how it looks like here in a dark background. Then this here is the normal Discord gray, you could say. And actually the color of the paws is very close to that gray, so I don't know. Maybe a little bit lighter. I don't want them to be straight up black, but I could actually. I don't know. It's just some blue in order to notice some tiny mistakes, but it seems to be alright. Post cat pictures and so on. Yeah, you're more than welcome to post cat pictures. I always love to see the kitties from everybody. I don't grow tired of cats. It's just I can't get enough of them. But yeah, I'm not so sure about these paws. There. Oh, cool. So what I can do is just change it over here like this. And I would also need to adjust the color of the lines. So that would be straight up black. Which comes over nicer in the Discord black, Discord gray. That would be straight up white, which then probably is not really looking all that great with a white background. And I could give it some color, but then it like could be brown too, I suppose. Just straight up brown. Let's see. I'm gonna change the color. It doesn't look great right now, but also the lines are just not working well with this right now, but let's see. How about some kind of dark brown? Orange. Well, yeah, orange is also an idea. Why did I not think of that? So where do we have orange? The only problem with the orange is that it is kind of too close to the color of the paw pads. So it... well, I can just make the lines around the paw pads darker and then it's fine. Well, okay. I guess orange is the way to go. Maybe with some spots. Kind of like a calico cat, like Hanami was. Hmm. So let's try this here. Forgot to take my vitamins again, every single time. Sorry, well, I'm just gonna do it right now. It's been a while since I ate my meal, but oh well. Still should be working alright. Hasn't been that long. And food, as I looked it up, normally stays in the stomach for quite a while. For several hours. So it should be fine. So, freaking shut up the phone. Sorry about that. How come? Yeah. Calico is cute. Oh, your cat Claus is also Calico. That's nice. Alright, and then maybe give it some, well, I'm also gonna separate the layers so that I have an easier time. Hello, touch function. Alright, touch function right now doesn't want to work. Cool. Let's see. I have no idea how I want to draw this pattern now. Maybe one paw is white. This one here. There we go. So I should avoid using this. I don't want to straight up use black because it's a bit too intense. No. This white here is kind of interfering with the paw pads. They're not as easily distinguishable. I should darken the lines even further. Sit like this. Looks really cute so far. Thank you. But the touch is not working, so I need to just simply restart the program again. It will be right back. Here you can see a little bit of other stuff I've been working on. Need to save it and open it up again. Hey there, MI Clips. Well, what am I using to draw right now? Pretty close to your own name. It is Clip Studio. Clip Studio Paint. So, come on. What are you doing? Here we go. Also, that question is answered in my FAQ. Along with many other questions. I hope that Nightbot is working, but probably not. You can find that link also in the description, normally, but let me just paste it over here myself. Well, it's just a Google Doc to my FAQ and also my basic principles of my tutorial show, but the FAQ is probably more interesting. So, come on. Alright, the touch is still not working. Yeah, I think I really need to get a new drawing tablet. Oh my god. Gonna try to close it again and open it again. It really decided to cause me a lot of troubles right now, live on stream. Oh boy. Yeah, it's still not working. Oh great. That sucks. I can't really move my stuff well. No, I normally use my fingers in order to move and scale, and this is not working. That is quite troublesome. That would mean I need to change the settings so I can do that with the pen. And I don't have it right now set it up like that. Yeah, it's just not working. Cool. Well then, wait a second as I go into the settings of my drawing tablet and set up the pen. Let's see. All right. Whoa, that is weird. Should be a better setting. Oh, maybe it was just simply because I wasn't over here. Let me try this again. I'm very sorry for this. Ah, okay. This is how it works. Well, I need to get used to that now. Cool. Oh yeah, and I can't rotate. Can I maybe do this with shortcut? Is there maybe something else that I can do? Let's see how this works now. Ah, okay, I can rotate like this. Cool. At least it didn't take that long. I might be able to fix the touch thing later off stream. But right now it just doesn't want to cooperate. Alright, so back to the drawing. We have the fur pattern. Now for calico cats like that, the paw pads could also be black. Let me just briefly try that to see how it looks like. Or like partially? Nah. No. Actually, no. Alright, and then I'm just gonna add some fun colors. To those effects. Also, I want to have the line color kind of like that, but it dark. And those lines here at the side, I'm still always trying to use my fingers in order to zoom and pan around. Oh boy, it will take a while to get used to. But it's not that big of a deal. I can still draw, that's what matters. Also, I think it's glitching out less right now. No idea why. One thing I don't like about this rotation here is that it doesn't snap. When I do it with the fingers, it snaps into this like default position where there's like 0° rotation. But it doesn't do that and with this here, so I always have to go to the controls and click a button to reset it. It's a minor problem, but still a little bit annoying. So I want to have white outlines around these dark lines, because again, if I have a dark mode, then those black lines are not gonna show up well. If I make them white, then it wouldn't work with a white background. BRB? Alright. It looks really good so far, you say? Thank you. I'm very glad. Well, I guess I could call it right now. Now the question is, should I add shading or not? I could just try it. Let's see how it looks like. The shading would be probably in the inner side, but then the problem is also that it doesn't show up too well. Makes it too dark. I could make a very faint shadow, but then there's not really much of a point to it then. Got your cat. Wonderful. Oko is sleeping again. Sleepy kitty. I could like have a little bit of reflections for the paw pads. Yeah, I could like have another layer for some light reflections. And soon we're going to be done. And then I'll start the tour. Still very excited about this. And hope you are too. I'm reading through it right now, but do I ever draw humans? Or am I mostly into drawing animals? I am more interested in drawing animals, I do have to say. And also in terms of tutorial topics, it's just more viable to me because there are already plenty of human anatomy tutorials out there, but not as many for animals. But it doesn't mean that I'm not interested in the human anatomy and learning about how to draw humans. It's just not very high on my priority list, that's all. But someday I will get to the human anatomy too. Even though I do feel a bit intimidated by it. Because it is quite challenging. It matters way more that I get things right. Because we are much more trained in seeing flaws when there is a human drawn compared to an animal, because you know, our eyes are just trained like that. We are humans after all. But well. And I guess I could call it here. Let's see. How does it look? Let me just go ahead and cut it. Would be a white background. Oops, that's also a problem. Normally I use my finger in order to scroll through the layers, but I can't do that right now. And the scroll bar is so thin that it happens so easily that I just resize the thing. This is, So this is with black. Looks okay, I would say. Gray. Still don't know if the paw pads are. Maybe I just straight up remove the shading from the paw pads. Make them brighter. And I'm gonna reduce the shading even more. Clip says, nice, I agree, human proportions have to always be almost perfect. It's very easy to notice wrong proportions and stuff like that. Thanks for answering. Yeah, it's exactly like that. You know the phrase uncanny valley. So like you can have like a very simplified drawing of a human, like kind of cartoony, and it looks okay, you can recognize this as a human. Then as you try to make it more realistic, then the valley goes down, like the curve goes down, as in for how weird it looks like in a sense. Like you have how realistic the drawing is and how, you know, how off it looks, how weird it looks, how unsettling or something like that. And so you start up there, and then yeah, well, probably you would start still there, down there, if you like make a super, like some kind of zigzag, I don't know, messy drawing, then of course it would also look off, but it goes up very quickly, where you just have the stick figure and it's already recognizable. And then it goes down, and you kind of have that also often with puppets like that, you know, where puppets look creepy, although they're supposed to look just like humans. And there's not any particular features about certain puppets that like are actually spooky looking or creepy looking, but just because they are kind of close to how we look, but not quite there, they look off, they look weird to us. That's what makes them creepy. So you go down, and then when you get really realistic, like you get really good with like some super highly realistic drawings or some top sculpting or some high quality 3D models, then it goes back up, and then the difference is barely noticeable. Like you can barely notice it from like the difference to a photo or actual video or something like that. And so it's very, very difficult. And the uncanny valley for animals is, I would say, way flatter. It's also there. I mean, if you try to make a realistic drawing of a cat, like if you have it's very simplified and it looks alright, you know, circle, ears, big belly and a tail, and you have the whiskers and stuff and the triangle nose, and then okay, it's a cat, and then it goes down as it tried to be more realistic, but it's not as harsh, it's not as strict. And then as you get really good, then of course it's really gonna look nice. By the way, back to the drawing here, I think I have a result that looks okay to me. Again, it's gonna look very small, so maybe that would be the text size of your Discord chat, and then you have the little pause, and it's like just barely recognizable. Well, if you are in my Discord server for a while, then you might recognize it. And then if you just posted the emote by itself, it's gonna look bigger, and then it looks like this, and it's pretty good. Like it's recognizable, and that's what matters. So therefore, I'm gonna lay down the pen. I've been standing for now, actually for 2 hours or something like that, and I'm still doing okay. But one of the problems that I had, yeah, I was talking about it. So I've been trying to get used to standing all the time, and my back needed to get used to it. You know, the back muscles are always tensed up, and they're always working, and so therefore they need to have some stamina. And before that, they didn't really have that much stamina, and so I could only stand for like half an hour at most until I needed to sit down. But now it's much better. I kind of feel it in the back, but now I'm gonna move around a bit because there will be a sorry, there will be a tour. But yeah, one problem that I still have are my feet, because while you're standing, your body weight is of course carried by your feet, and the area that is in contact with the ground while you're standing always remains the same, and they have barely a break. I am moving around quite a lot, and like, you know, it's not because I am kind of like on edge or something like that, but also I'm doing this in order to vary the weight distribution on my feet. And sometimes I'm resting on more on one leg, and like more on the left leg, and then more on the right leg, to kind of give one side a break every now and then. Otherwise it hurts a lot on the heels and stuff. Yeah, so I need to take off the headphones for that. Because I'm going to move around. I do have a long cable for the headset, but I don't want to go around with the cable behind me all the time, and it's just the music. If there is some kind of notification, I'm not going to be able to hear it, but when I get back to the computer, I'll just look if something else happened. So, I'm going to... now all of this is going to be improvised, so the plan is that I'm going to use this camera here and just move around the room. If you have any questions at any point, then please ask me and I will gladly answer. But yeah, I will just go ahead, switch over here. Let me just check. Yeah, the microphone. I'm going to switch over to the webcam mic so that while I'm moving around, I'm still close to the microphone webcam. I hope me moving around isn't causing that much noise. Okay, I can see the microphone level, and while I'm moving, it's fine. Okay, so good. Hello there, Mios. How are you doing? You just came in the right time. I'm going to start the tour around my room. So there's my cat. This is of course the most important part of my of my room. Not that she's an item or anything. I'm just saying she's important. Very important. Anyways, also this looks very not very clean, but if you're a cat owner, then you might know the struggle, and you just can't get rid of all the cat hair, and it's just they're sticking so deeply into this fabric that I would need to like pick out the individual hair all the time, and it's just I don't have the time for it. It's not bad, the audio. Okay, good. That's good to hear. If the music is a bit too loud in comparison to the microphone, then please let me know. But it should be fine. I tested it beforehand, so it should be fine. But you know, audio levels, it's just always a mess. So, first thing I'm going to show to you is, of course, the desk. That is the biggest change. So this desk is new. Actually, let me also go ahead and open up a photo of how it looked like before. If you follow me on Twitter or you are on Discord, then you might have already seen them. Of course, I didn't prepare it beforehand, so where do I have it? Projects 2020, and there is where do I have it? The one with the label. There it is. Just drag it over. Boom, a little bit too big. So there we go. I'm just gonna pop it over here above the chat. I'm sorry. But okay. So let's make it a little bit bigger while I'm trying to explain it. So yeah, so you can see that I had some kind of mattress in front of my computer, and I was always sitting in this corner and always slouching, always like kind of half sitting, half lying down. And while I had the drawing tablet on my lap, I always had to look down, and it was not good for my neck. And I had problems with my neck where I had pain for several days and it didn't really go away. And so that was the final trigger for me to wanting to get the desk. And I've been thinking about getting this desk for quite a while. I think even I had this idea for a year. But I was saying like, maybe when I move to a different apartment or a house or something, then I will get it, and until then I will just do the mattress setup. But yeah, I was finally making the decision to get it, and it has been a good decision. So this is a height adjustable desk. A mechanical one. There are also electric ones, but you know, it's not that big of a deal. So you have the curb, the thing, however you call it in English, and then you just turn it, you know. And then as you turn it, maybe let's try to. You can see it in relation to the background as it is lowering. And I need to turn it a lot. You can see how much height is still left. This little edge there compared to the bottom. This is how much height there is still left. And I can go all the way down until to the point where I can just sit down in this chair here, my normal computer chair, this old one and crappy one, and just work like that. But right now I just have it always all the way up like that, and it can go all the way up until the camera would touch this shelf here. And I can't sit because I have this chair here. This, I don't know. It's some kind of chair. I don't know how to call it in English right now. But it's quite high, and also the nice thing is it tilts. Like when I sit down at the edge, it kind of tilts in a way. So I can kind of lean sit, and it's pretty nice. Like the keyboard. Oh, this keyboard. I could make some noises with them, but I'm not very good at playing the piano. It's mostly there nowadays for me to just kind of find notes and figure out sounds rather than actually playing live. So I'm not good at that. But yeah, I'll get to the keyboard later. But first of all, yeah, the desk here. So as I said, there is an electric alternative to it, but I didn't go for the electric version. First of all, because it's more expensive, obviously. But second of all, I'm also thinking that it's probably not as durable as the purely mechanical version. Because, you know, if you have an electric version, then you're gonna have more parts. You're gonna have a motor, electric motor that is going to turn it on, turn the cogs and stuff, and that can break, and many other electrical parts can break. And if I just have a mechanical desk, then I just reduce the amount of parts, and if I have less parts, then less things can break. So I hope this desk is going to work as intended for a while. Also, hey there, Jordan. How are you doing? The little stool, that's the word, thank you. Looks comfy. Yeah, it's all right. It's not special, it's a stool. It's not gonna be as comfy as, you know, those ergonomical office chairs and stuff, but you cannot really have a chair like that at that height. You know, you see the height difference. It's inverted. Okay. So yeah, this is the maximum height for this computer chair, and it doesn't compare. Is this at the maximum height right now? Yeah, okay. So yeah, now I finally have this desk, and I moved everything around. I had to get all the computer parts away from the tables. You can see in the photo, in this photo here, that I had very low tables. That was also because, you know, I had a phase where everything needed to be Japanese, and it's very silly. I do admit, and I'm past that phase, and now I just need things to work, and I want things to be comfortable and easy to work with. That's all I pretty much care about, and if it's Japanese styled or not, it doesn't really matter all that much to me. And you know, in the Japanese styled room, you have these low tables and you sit on the ground. And then during the first years of me living here in this apartment, I actually had no chairs or no couch at all. I was just sitting on the floor all the time, and I had just these pillows. These pillows I had pretty much from the beginning, and I was sitting on them, only those, and that was it. The only separation between my butt and the ground. Yeah, that was a dumb phase. But anyways, now I have a couch, now I have chairs, and it's much better. Jordan says, doing pretty good. And yeah, I used to do my artwork on this silly wooden chair. My back was hard. Oh yeah, yeah, that's also not a good idea. I also have a lot of wooden chairs, but those are normally just if I have guests and I need chairs. But even a chair like this is much nicer, because the back part is giving in a little bit. It is a bit better formed for the back. It is cushioned, much better for your back. And this is some cheap, crappy chair, you know, but it's holding. Also Hoko. She really doesn't mind if I turn it around. It's just like, oh, okay, I'm just... You're so cute. That's a good kitty. So yeah, I was doing the comparison with how it was before. I had these low tables. So I pretty much disassembled those low tables. The legs of these tables were just normal legs, just sawed in half. That was it. And I just took off the legs and just stored it somewhere. And the plate of those tables can still be useful. One of the plates for one of the smaller tables I'm actually using over here to put my computer on, so I have a larger area. But yeah, so the table is not all that large, but it is large enough, just large enough to carry all of my screens, and you can see I have a lot of them, but I am using all of them, and it's very convenient for me to have that many. And of course the drawing tablet, which is causing me a lot of issues today. Well, that's the one. You can see that it's not in the best condition anymore, but oh well. So another thing that you might already see is I'm using a lot of these cans and cardboard and whatnot. And what is that about? Well, it's just these platforms that I'm putting the screens on. And I just wanted to, first of all, while I'm standing in front of my desk, what is recommended is that the screen is at your eye level. So if I can awkwardly go back here, you can see I'm trying to hold the camera also at eye level, and you can see that, you know, the screen is pretty much at eye level. It's not right in the middle, but you know, at least the top half is at eye level, and that is recommended because I don't have to look down all the time or up. That would also not be a good thing, but you know, I can just have a normal, natural position for the head and the neck, and it works fine. So yeah, I wanted to have the screens at the correct height, and you know, if I would have just placed them on the desk, then they would be too low. So I needed to have some kind of platforms, and cheap as I am, I just made them myself. So I'm collecting, I was collecting cardboard boxes whenever I get some kind of deliveries, and I have another room, a storage room, where it's completely full with that stuff. It's quite a mess, but it's just a storage room, who cares. And I also am collecting those cans that, you know, just have beans in them. I clean them and just store them also in my storage room, and then I can craft stuff with them. And it is actually easy to do, and it doesn't cost me anything in terms of materials. I already have them, and it's fun and stable enough. I just have to glue it decently, and there we go. And I think at least it doesn't look all too bad, at least in my opinion. You know, those kind of opinions are of course subjective, but I'm sure there are some people who think this looks atrocious. But you know, for me, what matters most is that things work and are healthy for me, and I don't get any neck issues again. And Eclipse asks, how much time would you say it takes you to make a video? Filming or posting does depend on what you're drawing. Yeah, it depends very strongly on what I'm drawing. Depends on, you know, how much research I have to do, how much practicing I need to do in order to get to the point. Well, I'm answering this question, I can switch over here. Depends on how long it takes me to get to a point where I am comfortable enough with my drawing skills, and that I can reproduce a certain... Get the microphone closer. I can reproduce a certain degree of quality and accuracy with the drawing. Pretty, what's the word? Like, I'm very good at reproducing it, that's what I'm trying to say. And so that for easier topics, like for example dolphin tutorial that I did a while ago, that was much easier because dolphins are not very complicated to draw. They are very simple. They are just basically very simple shapes that kind of bend a little bit, but that's about it. In comparison to cats, for example, that's much more difficult because cats have legs, they have fur, they have more facial expressions that they can show, and so on and so forth. So this the cat tutorial, for example, took me way longer. Or I go into a completely different direction where I don't have any experience whatsoever beforehand, as I am doing right now with the water series. For example, the water drop tutorial also took me quite a long time because I needed to figure out those things from scratch. I didn't have much of experience with, you know, drawing water or specifically water drops like that. And also, not only is that the thing, but also there could be a lot of extra knowledge that I need to look up. As it also was with the water drops, where there were a lot of physics involved. How are water, how do they work? Why do they have this round shape? How do they fall? How do they behave in different scenarios? How does light work when they travel through the water drop, and so on and so forth? Those are the things that I also want to research, because like that's just how I make tutorials. It's not just, you know, that's how you draw it. Like you do this step, this step, this step, and that's it. And I'm not explaining how it actually works. I want you to be a bit more independent. And so sometimes it takes a bit longer to do that research. So yeah, to answer your question, it could vary between, like, I would say shorter tutorials right now would be about a month, or maybe a little bit less than a month. And then it can, the upper level is like undefined. It could even take me half a year if it's like a really complicated tutorial that I have no experience with whatsoever. So yeah, also depends on how many other projects I'm working on. For example, right now it takes me a while to get the tutorial about bubbles out, because, you know, I've been doing this now. I've been redesigning this, and I also have been working on other stuff. So yeah, I hope I answered the question good enough. If there are some things that are still unclear, then please feel free to ask me. So to get back to the tour, so yeah, I have these platforms, and so I just wanted to make sure that the top of these screens is at the same level, and as you can see, I did a somewhat decent job with that. And so those platforms are different sizes, like these cans, these big cans at here at the back or over here, are a bit taller, and then have like in between to fine adjust the height, again with just cardboard. Over here the same, but you can see there are only 2 layers, and then over there I had like just 2 cans stacked above each other. And that I also of course calculated it beforehand and measured it, because, you know, you need to do that beforehand. And that's where a lot of this trigonometry and that math stuff that you learn at school comes in handy. And so yeah, that's basically it. I mostly have just the screens on the desk and the drawing tablet. The switch over here is also, it's very small, so it's not taking up too much space. And I have the loudspeakers, of course, over here, and the mouse with a large enough mouse pad, and the keyboard, which is wireless and has a little trackpad over here, a touchpad, so I can just take it with me and sit down at the couch if I want to, you know, for example, watch a movie, and I still have controls. Clip says, well, it's impressive. It's really great that you try to give your viewers good quality tutorials. Yes, you did answer your question. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying very hard. And yeah, so and then of course my microphone here, just, you know, attached to the desk. And that's pretty much it. Everything else is over here. And to give you a little tip, you know, shelves are sometimes kind of expensive, especially if you want to have shelves that are having very large sections, or however you say it. You know, most shelves have where, like, you would normally have an in-between right here, the half at the middle. But sometimes you need to have like larger ones, like I wanted here for those devices, the printer and so on and so forth. And so what I did was just take normal tables, coffee tables, and stack them above each other, and, you know, just use some double-sided tape to hold them together so they don't slide away, and that's it. And, you know, like all of you, pretty much everything that you can see here in terms of furniture is from IKEA. It's just the cheapest. It's just how it is. I wish there were more alternatives for cheap furniture, but well, IKEA is just yeah. I tried to look up many other stores, but yeah. So this desk here is also by IKEA, in case you wonder. So I got also these coffee tables above each other, and it works as a shelf. And I did the same thing over here too. There. it's very weird to point at stuff like this. Oh, okay. Did you dream something? Meow meow. Just all of a sudden meowing at me. So this shelf is also several coffee tables stacked above each other. And in total, all of these 3 tables, no, 4 actually, were much cheaper than a shelf of the same size. So yeah, and they're very big, very large. I can have a large surface area for storing my art supplies and stuff like that. And so it's very convenient. Maybe it doesn't look the greatest for some people, but again, I personally don't really care all that much. Yeah, I have my computer here, and now also one of the special things is I can have my studio lights prepared at the sides right here, and they're turned on, as you can see, very bright. And I can have them permanently set up and always use them for streams and also for recording videos. So what I'm gonna do is, for the future tutorials, is I'm just gonna use this camera here and record myself while I'm standing in front of my desk and draw stuff. And I don't like how I did it previously. If we're going to look at the photo again. As you might remember, I was always sitting on the couch with the background, as you can see, and on the opposite side I had the camera, and I needed to set it up every single time when I wanted to record a video, and that was always a lot of work and quite tedious. And you know, like, I needed to do that because otherwise outside of the recording sessions it would get in the way. You see, these studio lights are very big, very large, and would take up a lot of space, and I can't just leave the camera, which is right here right now. I can't leave it standing in the middle of the room all the time. Now everything is set up how I need it to be all the time. Just need to turn it on and I can record or stream, and it's just way better. I have these large studio lights, which I made a few years ago actually, and again, they are made of cheap materials. This is actually cardboard. The front is baking paper. Yes, baking paper. I just needed to have some kind of paper which is like half transparent, like it's not too thick, but also not like too thin, so it disperses the light very nicely. As you can see, to you, it just looks like a very evenly lit triangle, and that's what I'm trying to achieve. Hey there, Trent. How are you doing? So if we look at the back, sorry, Hoko, I need to get over here. I need more cable. There we go. Sorry, there we go. So if you look at the back, you can see there are just these sockets for the light bulbs. So light bulbs like this one here, this size, similar size, and this here is the same kind of socket. But instead of this like colored light that I have right here right now, you can see this purple, which is like a use for an accent color to make the camera picture a bit more colorful. But that's a big brain move. Thank you. I'm just cheap. I don't want to spend too much money on that kind of stuff, and so I just make it myself, that's all. So I bought these sockets and have 10 of those, and then you can see this connection here, and I have long cables with switches, and so I can even individually switch on and off those lights. And all of these are just here plugged into this power socket thing, line. I don't know how it's called. And that's it. So it's inside the box. I can peel this thing off so I can reach inside the box, and everything inside the box is covered in aluminum foil. So aluminum foil, because it is very highly reflective. It's like almost like a mirror. I think aluminum foil has a reflectivity of something like 90%, something like that. So 90% is getting reflected. And so, you know, these LED lights, these light bulbs inside there are not perfectly shining the light straight to the front, but some light is also shining more to the side. Some light is getting reflected by the paper, and so that light that might hit the walls, the aluminum walls inside this box here, and travels around until it hits the front again and might get through the paper, and therefore the point is just it all is more dispersion and using more of the available light, so it doesn't just get absorbed by the cardboard, but I'm trying to use as much light at the front, and so most of the light that is getting absorbed is just getting absorbed by the paper, which is still quite a lot. It's not quite as transparent as you can see, but that's just how it is. You have to go, Kat? Alright, have a good day. Hope to see you next time. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Took me a while to craft these, but it's not that complicated. Also, what I wanted to make sure is that there was enough distance between those lights, that they are not too close to each other. Otherwise, like, the point was that this area here at the front, it's very large, so I have a very not unfocused light source. Which was the point, because I wanted to have very soft shadows behind me. If you have a very focused light source, like only on one singular spot, then you're gonna have very sharp shadows. And if you have several light sources, as I have here, and I have a third one on top of here. Then we have several of these sharp shadows, which are gonna look very crappy on the wall behind you, as it was back then when I was filming like this. And so yeah, that's what I wanted to avoid. And so yeah, you have a large area for the light. And this one here, you might get a bit scared just looking at this. It's also standing on a box, and you know, when I move it, it's shaking quite a lot. But it's actually more stable than it looks like, believe me. Even if I bump very strongly into it, it's still gonna be fine, because this light box here, the studio light, is actually very, very light. It is it has only very little weight, is what I'm trying to say, because, as I explained, it's just mostly made of cardboard, paper, and then you have these sockets there, but they're not that much in weight, and then aluminum foil, but that's also not really much. And this box here obviously is also not very heavy, it's just cardboard. And so this whole construction is very light. And inside here I have these cans filled with stones. I could use some other kind of heavy stuff, but again, it's cheap. And I have a lot of stones that I collected. And I have a lot of cans that I collected. So I just use those, and this is acting as a nice weight. So what it does is it pretty much just moves the center of weight very, very low, almost pretty much at the bottom. And so it is really hard to tip it all over, because the center of weight is so low. If it would be much higher, then it would tip over very easily. It's basic physics. And also I put in some sticky gum thingies in between the box and the light box, and also in between the box and the keyboard, so that it also doesn't shift. And so it's very stable, and I can feel at ease having this construction and not it falling over. And I have it on the keyboard. I don't really need the controls here at the top, because I'm always just using it when I have it in connection with the computer, and so when I use it I have the controls on my computer, so don't need those buttons, so it can stay covered. And I can even move this keyboard out, and this is also what I'm doing when I'm making music and need a keyboard. I just can move this whole thing more inwards inside the room and play it while I'm also very close to the computer and compose something to varying degrees of success, because I'm still not very good at it, but oh well, that's a whole different story. So we have seen pretty much everything from this side here, and over here we have the couch. As you can see, this is the extension cable that you can see right now, and it is facing the computer right now, which is also new. And so when I want to relax, I can just sit down at the couch. Maybe I lower the desk more to a comfortable height, and I watch stuff, or play some Switch games or whatever, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, other than that, there's not really all that much. I mean, I have my dance pad over here. I had that also before I redesigned my room, and This is also much nicer because if you look at the photo, you see that the screens are very low. And so whenever I was dancing on the dance pad and playing Stepmania, I always had to look down. And it was also not very good for my neck. But now, what I can do is just use this screen here at the side. I just turn it around so it faces this dance pad here, and I just play Stepmania, and that's it. And I can do so while not having to look down. It's much more comfortable. And that is pretty much it, at least for the more important stuff. I could go on and on about stuff that is in my room. I haven't talked about these shelves here, what I have over there, but maybe another day. For now, I just wanted to focus mostly on the changes, the big changes, and especially on my workstation. Adjust it back so it faces Hoko. He's still sleeping. I wonder if this would make people sick. Maybe I shouldn't overdo it. Yeah, and back over here, and there we go, that's it. That was the tour. So there was a lot of thought involved in the new design of my room. And yeah, I like the result, and hope you liked it too, and I can recommend it. A standing table like this, especially a height adjustable table, is very good for you and for your health. Sitting all the time is just, especially hurts a lot on the back and the butt, as you might know. So being able to switch back and forth is very good. But I actually just mostly stand. It is recommended though that you always switch back and forth, always every half an hour between sitting and standing. I can't do that with this stool that I have. But yeah, I like it. It looks like it would be easy to navigate. Yeah. Yeah, that was also part of the design, that it doesn't take too much effort to change something. Like if I want to just sit down on the sofa and watch something, I don't have to move the whole thing or stuff like that. The only downside of the new layout is that when I have guests, there is not all that much room. There was a bit more room, like if we go back over here to the photo, there was a bit more room beforehand. Switch over to the normal microphone. Okay. It was easier for a couple of friends to just sit down at the couch. There was room for several chairs, and I would just have to remove the dance pad, but that's about it. And now it is way less space. Like I can have like 1 or 2 guests and they can sit down on the couch. But more than that, like some of them could sit maybe behind the couch, but then I would have to get out the chairs and it's like kind of awkward, and they cannot really see the screen if we, for example, play games together or something like that. They can't really see the screen very well, so probably would have to move the whole couch back and rearrange stuff. But especially now during the pandemic, I don't have any guests anyways, and even before that I didn't really have guests all that often. So whatever. And mostly it was just when I had guests, it was a few, like for example just my mother and sister, or Alright then, so let's get back over here. Touch function still not working. It is completely messed up. After the stream I might want to restart the computer and try to see if it's working again afterwards. We'll see. But yeah. So that was the conclusion of the tour. If you have still any questions, please feel free to ask me, and I can still switch over. Oops. Sorry. I can still switch over and answer. Oh yeah, one thing I can show you how I actually work on the desk. That would have been actually an important thing. So how I actually work when I want to switch over to drawing. So normally I have the keyboard in front of here. When I want to switch over to drawing, what I do is just move the keyboard to the side and just drag it, normally with two hands. Right now I don't have two hands available. Just drag it in front and then I draw. And I have even this little partition that I made for the pen to hold it. Just again, just made of cardboard, but it works. And then just take it. I sawed some, I stitched some fabric also here at the side, at the edge of this platform, because you know cardboard, it's paper, it's sharp. It's if I touch it with my skin like this here, it's gonna scratch me. Want to avoid that, so just put in some soft fabric and there we go. And yeah, that's how it is. And then just move it back, and then I get over here back to writing, video editing, or whatever it is. The mouse is always here. Yeah. Now that was actually it. So sleepy. Oh, it's good that she's sleepy. That means that she stays in front of the camera. But alright, so let's get back to drawing. I might want to sit on the stool right now actually, because I've been standing for over 2 hours non-stop, and so it might be time to switch. For that I also need to lower the desk just a little bit. You can see, if you compare it to the background, that we're going down. It's very nice. I can even adjust the height during the stream and it's no big deal at all. You know, stuff like that I like especially about the living spaces. If you know, if your space is like flexible, you can do stuff with it. It's interactable. You can change things just however you need it, and stuff like that is especially fun to me for some reason. You can move things out. You can adjust heights and stuff like that. It's cool. But yeah, so let's get to the next emote, shall we? So we are pretty much finished with we're done with the clapping emote. That's gonna be very convenient. It's gonna be very useful for the Discord channel, because you know I want to be able to applaud to a good art and good stuff that people draw and paint and sculpt and whatever it is. So next up, I already said I want to have this emote here because it's just so silly. So I'm gonna draw it. There, okay, I can. So I still need to get used to the switched pen settings and moving stuff, because touch is not working right now. So go. Is Yoshi here? I want to have as an emote because it's just so funny. And that's a good enough reason. Lines, color, shading, there we go. Just need to prepare the layers and we can start drawing. There we go. So why is the outliner so thick? No, I've been using it. Something else, okay. There we go. I can't explain exactly why, but for some reason Yoshis are just so much fun. Fun. Let's do it a second. Now you can also see me how I drink. Very special feature. But yeah, I liked Yoshis for a long time, ever since my childhood. Ever since I played the game Yoshi's Story on the Nintendo 64. And I can still remember how I drew those Yoshis from from the guide, the official guide that I bought back then. It didn't really help me with getting better at the game. I was still terrible at it and never beat it. But you know, I was a kid, I sucked at playing games, it's just how it is. Yeah, Yoshis are just so cute, and this is probably the main reason why I like them so much. But they're also kind of like entertaining and funny. Makes them very likable. And you know, they're kind of dinosaur-like, and who doesn't like to have a dinosaur friend, you know? Oh, I should have asked this question beforehand, but I think now I don't really have any viewers on the Twitch side. I just remember from the last stream that people complained that the latency on the Twitch side was very bad. It took a long time to get up to date. And so I changed the setting on Twitch so it is now in the low latency mode, and I wanted to ask if people have some kind of issue, if it's much better now, if the latency is much shorter, if there is maybe some kind of issue with buffering. But I can ask this also next time. Or later. But also one thing that I forgot to mention last stream, and this has been a while ago, but one of the things that I did for the upcoming tutorial was filming a bunch of bubbles. That was certainly interesting. So what I did was just go to some kind of cheap store And you know, you might know these small bottles. I can actually show it to you. These little bottles here, where it's just some kind of soap, water, like diluted soap in there, and you have this, I don't know how to call these kind of rings, and you blow through it and make bubbles. This kind of kid's toy with a little puzzle at the top. It's always what you have there. Had lots of them as a kid, and I bought one of these again. So that I was able to make bubbles, and or in order to look at them more closely. And also I do have to admit, I played around a bunch. It's fun to blow bubbles. I also wanted to see how Hoko reacts to them. She, for the most part, actually didn't care all that much. It just looked, okay. Didn't really play with them or anything. But yeah, the main point why I bought them was to make some recordings with those bubbles and see how they behave. So I set up something in my bed, because around my bed I have a tent set up, which was very useful for darkening the environment, which was, you know, in order to film or take photos of a bubble, you need to have a dark background so you can see the colors very nicely. And my bed was just convenient for that purpose. And so, yeah, just prepared the camera. I had some kind of platform prepared too, so I was able to blow the bubbles onto the platform. They sit there. Like, the platform was also full with like a soap, with the soap, diluted soap, so they don't pop when they come in contact with it. And then filmed it and see, you know, how the patterns work, how it's changing over time when it's just sitting there, how the light reflections work. Although with the light reflections is kind of like, what's kind of iffy for that. The photo references that I have from the internet are actually better. And especially I want to look at intersecting bubbles more closely. You know, like several bubbles that are joined together, and you have these like intersections in between those bubbles that are flat. I wanted to see how it looks like, how it works, how the light is shining on these intersections, on these flat planes. It was very interesting. I did a bunch of recordings, and some of them will also be shown during the tutorial to better illustrate some stuff that I'm going to try to explain. Oh, the whole time I forgot to put on my headphones again. Let's have some music. Alright. those bubble recordings are not the most high definition, not the best, because I only have this camcorder, and although it's a somewhat decent camcorder, it still isn't like a super professional camera that, you know, costs thousands of dollars or euros. And I don't have a professional lighting setup or anything like that. It's just I used those studio lights that I had and I just pointed them at the bubbles and tried to do the best with what I had. And yeah. Okay. Nightbot. Okay, that was already 10 minutes ago, but wow, that is some delay for Nightbot when it finally decided to post the link to the FAQ. Wow, okay. Man, oh man, I really need to look for an alternative. I also finally finished the drawing that I did 2 streams ago, actually. This bubble drawing that I started with the intersecting bubbles. And man, I vastly underestimated how long it's gonna take me. I thought I'm gonna finish it during the stream. No, it took me multiple times longer than it did. It's just I'm so incredibly terrible at estimating how long it's gonna take me to draw stuff. But it also has to do with the fact that, you know, I'm drawing a lot of stuff that is new to me, so I'm not very used to know like how long it's gonna take. That's also a bit of a problem that I struggle with all the time. And that's also the reason why, you know, I normally say whenever somebody asks me when the next tutorial comes out, it's just, it comes out when it comes out. I can't make any predictions because I suck at it. And it's hard to tell. Yeah. I don't want to make any promises just to delay it over and over again. I did that in the past and yeah, I learned from it. the tablet really seemed to have stopped glitching out. Now I can rest my hand just normally on it. So at least I have that going. But just the touch function has apparently completely given up. I mean, I still can work with it. If it stays like that, if it stops glitching out, and it's just the touch function that I can't use anymore and have to get used to move and zoom with the pen, then it's fine. I can still work with it, and I don't really need to get a new drawing screen. I mean, if I would get a new one, then it would be one without touch function. Because I need to save money. Also, one thing that I've been worrying about a face cam like that, not just because of the slouching position that I would be in if I would have used a face cam before, but also, you know, I have a little bit of a grumpy looking face when I'm focusing, or just like, you know, I have this like grumpy resting face, you know? It's just, that's the way I look like. I'm not grumpy, I'm not mad or anything like that, but it's just the way I look. And you know, I don't want to scare people away when they come to the stream and then they see me like this and like okay, I'm overdoing it right now, but especially if I look down on the drawing screen, I might look a bit grumpy. I don't know. I can't really see myself as I'm looking down. I would have to, you know, watch a video later. Sorry, burpee again. Oh yeah. But that worry is probably very silly and not really justified in any sort of way. You know, I talked about how there are all sorts of people on Twitch and it's not just gaming. One of the favorite streams that are not gaming related are also metal streams. It's so much fun because it's so high energy. And you see the chat going wild as the guitarist is shredding his his instrument. Is just very cool. It has a very different vibe to it than just watching a video on YouTube. That's something I like about streams like that very much. Music streams in particular, it feels like a very personalized concert in a way, and way more you know, way more interactive than if you would go to an actual in-person concert. You do get some live music, but you can also talk to the people that are streaming, and there might be some kind of other ways to interact, but depending on what they've set up, you can request songs. There might be some other silly things that happen. You can chat with other people too, which at a normal concert, how you're gonna do that when it's loud as hell over there? Good luck with that. You're gonna scream your lungs out. I'm personally not really a fan of going to concerts. Just too many people. I mean, right now it's out of questions anyways because we're in the pandemic, but in general I'm saying it's just... I feel very uncomfortable and so loud, and I already have problems with my left ear anyways, where it's like, it's very sensitive for loud noises. For example, during Sylvester, during New Year's, all of the fireworks that go off actually hurt my ear because it's just so loud. Whenever, you know, when it's time, when it's midnight and you go outside to watch the fireworks, I have to have some kind of earplugs, otherwise it's gonna hurt, and it's gonna be hurtful for a while even after the fireworks. You need to be careful. But yeah, during a stream, no problem. You can adjust your own volume. If you want to have it extremely loud in your headphones, then go ahead. But I'm able to adjust it to a more comfortable volume without any problems. And I still am able to hear it perfectly fine. Also, one thing that I can talk about is the anime that I've been watching. It's been a while since I watched an anime, and you know, I've been lately just in the mood for some kind of slice of life animes. I don't really care all too much about shonen animes all that much anymore. Although they're fun every now and then, but and I watched one that is called Barakamon. I can actually write it in the chat in case anybody wants to look it up. And it's an anime mainly focused on shodo, which is Japanese calligraphy. And I have been interested in Japanese calligraphy for a long time, for more than 10 years. I even have the brushes and the ink and everything, even the ink sticks where you can make your own ink with a grinding stone, stuff like that. And years ago I also tried to practice it. I never really got good at it, I do have to say. But it also was good for me to learn the kanjis, the Chinese characters in the Japanese language. And yeah, it's very much its own thing, Japanese calligraphy. You hold the brush very differently from how you would hold it when you just paint some stuff. And it is very controlled. You need to have very good control over the angle at which you hold the brush, how much pressure you apply, how much ink you have in your brush, how quickly you move it, and there's actually a lot to it. And I never mastered it, far from mastering it. I never even got good at it. But I also have to say I never really had a teacher. I did watch YouTube videos and stuff like that, but back then there weren't even that many. At least not that many that were very good at explaining how to write. Maybe someday I'll get back to it. Oh, Hoko. How is he doing? But yeah. I still have all the tools and they're not gonna go away, so if I feel like trying it again, I can do so at any point. But yeah, the anime was pretty nice. I'm not gonna spoiler it for anybody who might want to watch it. Might also be interested in that sort of stuff. As many animes, its main focus is not just only like many slice of life animes. Its main focus is not just on this topic. But you know, there are a lot of like interactions between the characters and the place where they are and other kinds of stories. And so this was actually about a calligraphist. How do you say that? Calligraphy artist, let's say that. Who just went to an island, and he actually came from the city and is kind of spoiled and very impulsive. Oh, Wandering Canuck, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Oh, kid is looking towards the camera. What are you doing? Yeah? Do you notice the webcam? You're so tired. Still so tired. Too sleepy. Gonna lay down again? it gonna be, huh? There. Move it just a little bit up so I can see her face. Oh, sniff sniff. Such a good kitty. So yeah, so that guy went to the island in order to like get into a different environment and get better with his artistic skills. And win some kind of contest. And yeah, there are lots of very fun characters on that island, and he's freaking out. The main protagonist of that story is freaking out all the time. You know how it is in anime, where everything is super exaggerated. But it's fun. It was very cute. Wasn't all that special of a story, but you know, these kind of stories don't have to be. You just kind of chill. You just kind of chill out. You eat something while watching them, and it's just kind of like you traveling to another place of the world, in a kind of different environment. You can kind of, like, how to say, like you can make your mind also a bit more relaxed that way. It was just very wholesome and nice, and it's just sometimes that's all you need. So I can recommend it if you're interested in that sort of stuff. So, I think I'm mostly done with the line work for this Yoshi. And so let me get some colors. So I want to make this Yoshi purple. Very appropriate for this kind of metal sound that's probably gonna play. So let's just give it kind of purple here. Also for that I would like to have this blue background so I can see these tiny corners that are not properly colored. Fill them out. Much easier to see if you have a very strongly contrasting color like that. And this purple is a bit darker, you know, also appropriate for this metal look. And the rest is white. The shell, as far as I know, is always red. Purple. What kind of shoe color do we have? I think the soles are always yellow. I might still have the color set for the Yoshis. Let me see. Yeah, actually still have them. Amazing. Whoops. Was that the color? That was the soul color. It could be it. Of course, I don't need to be very precise about the colors. I can just do whatever I want. Tongue is also gonna be... The inside of the mouth is going to be dark, of course. The tongue is going to be brighter than that. See, even brighter. So today I finished this anime that I was talking about, and I don't exactly know what I want to watch next. Maybe another slice of life anime? There are some animes that I'm interested in, even shonen animes, but the problem with those is they're long. And a lot of those that I'm interested in, sorry, so burpy. They are still ongoing, and I hate having to wait for new episodes to come out. And then I know I tend to forget about that series, and then it takes me a long time until I watch some new episodes, and then at that point I already mostly have forgotten what was happening during the episodes that I already watched. It's just It was kind of the same with, you know, series like Game of Thrones or stuff like that, or Attack on Titan. That's an anime. It's just but you kinda, for a super popular series like this, you kinda need to always stay up to date, because everybody talks about them and it's so easy to get spoiled. And when you do, it's just so frustrating. Oh yeah. What kind of colors do I give the boots? Is the question now. Should let me look up a Yoshi, see how the boots are normally colored. Yoshi purple. Normally orange, okay. Or magenta. I feel like I really have to go take a little break, if you know what I mean. So, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. And Hoko has moved, so I'm gonna switch over to the other camera. Very convenient. Here she is. How are you doing? Yeah. You have a little mouth open. And also switched over to the standing position again. I gave my feet enough of a break. Oh yeah. Also, I feel like sitting is actually more straining for my back. At least sitting on the stool, that is. If I would have something to lean back, then that would be a different story, of course. But I do need to give my feet a break. And for that purpose, it's convenient. Also, in order to make it a bit less straining for my feet, I wear these shoes, and I noticed that it's much it feels much better with these on. I have these like shoes that fit into like the shape is adjusted to the shape of my feet very nicely. Those shoes are a little bit oversized, but it's whatever. And so therefore the weight is distributed a bit more evenly across the whole foot and not just the heel and the sole. And so yeah. Okay, so back to the drawing. So normally the shoes are orange, from what I can see in the references. Now the question is, do I also give it orange, or am I going to do something different? It would be orange, it would be something like this. Or do I give it some kind of dark blue? Also, let me... No. It would be blue, maybe a less saturated one. But then it's kind of gray and it blends into the background color. So I guess I'll just stick with orange. Just... the usual color. I'm just gonna fill it out and I can change the color too later very easily. So, the guitar, of course, is gonna have a lot of black. But also some other colors. But let me see how I'm gonna do this. Of course, it's cut off here. Well, so And the question is again how I'm gonna color it so that it contrasts properly with the background. If I'm gonna color the fret, I think it's called the fret, also in this kind of gray, then it's gonna interfere with the gray of the Discord channel, the dark mode. I don't want it. I can color the middle here in the gray because that's fine. Actually, I'm also not sure about that. Let me... So I think about using a dark red for the color of the guitar. Because no, that's also kind of metal. This is dark red. It looks cool. And also, what's important is that it works well with the color of the Yoshi. It's purple, and red, as we know, is an analogous color to purple. Although I might want to have a bit closer to a magenta. Oh, that's basically no difference at all, so whatever. Then let's color this here in the same color. So I basically want to avoid white, black and gray. For the most part at least, so I can go ahead and color this thing here gray. Or like something like this here. But this part here, these parts here are touching the background color. Here the at the bottom it's touching the background color, and here there is just lines in between, so I need to have a better contrast for the colors. So I'm just gonna fill it out with some kind of color, and later on I can change it very easily. So I'm probably not gonna keep this color here, but it doesn't matter. I don't know. I also want to mention at this point, as always, if you have any questions about what I'm doing right now, or in general about my work, about my cat, or anything else, then feel free to ask me. That is also part of the reason why I'm streaming. So you have an opportunity to ask me whatever you want. I mean, you always do. You can always write me, like in the Discord channel, Discord server, or in the comment sections of my videos and stuff. But you know, it feels different. It is a different thing if you can ask somebody live, and compared to just some kind of written comment or a chat. At least I feel so. So, of course, I'm not happy with these colors. It's not great. So I'm gonna change them. So let's see. How about some kind of yellow actually? Maybe some kind of brown? No, but some kind of yellow, as if it's brass or even gold. That could look good. Before I do that, however, actually let me change the line colors. Because I want to have the strings in a bright color. And this is gonna be a bit of a pain because I have a lot of intersecting lines and gonna be a bit more difficult to paint only the strings. Wait, now, how does it actually work with the guitar? I barely know anything about guitar, so I don't know if they would be underneath that thing or above it. What does it look like? Yeah, it looks like they're above it. Yeah, okay. So I was on the right track. And I'm definitely gonna draw another emote after this one. Well, at least I want to have 3. 2 is a bit too little. It's not enough for a whole stream. Also, something I always mention during my streams, if you are interested in the music that you're hearing, all of these artists are wonderful. They are on, I think all of them are YouTube, and they have also some of them have Bandcamps. And if you want to know more about them, you can of course see the artist names on the tracker at the top. And what you can do is also type in their names with an exclamation mark. So for example, exclamation mark Popski in the chat. And you get a small description together with a link to their stuff. So if you're interested and want to check out more of their music, you can easily do so. And I highly motivate you to do so, because as I said, all of these artists, all of these musicians are awesome. That's why I have them in my playlist after all. So I need to look up the guitars again, because I'm not exactly sure how they look like. course I'm not gonna be able to make it super detailed because it's supposed to be a small emote, but I would like to have at least some degree of accuracy. So that, you know, the actual musicians are not gonna cringe out seeing how I drew this guitar. It probably would have been much easier to just straight up draw white lines instead of coloring those lines that I have here, but oh well, whatever. No, it's too late anyways. And yeah, with this new setup, I am even more excited to draw, to stream more in the future. And I'm probably gonna start doing some gaming streams very soon. They're not gonna be all that special and probably not have that as many viewers as I normally do on my drawing streams, but still, I think it could be fun. At least I would like to try it. And of course those streams are gonna be Twitch exclusive, because I'm not gonna have a gaming content on my YouTube channel. That would just cause people to leave my channel, because that's not what they subscribed for. But you know, Twitch is a different story. There might be some followers on Twitch who also are not interested in my gaming stuff and might be opposed, but oh well, that's fine. I'm not really trying to be successful on Twitch. I already have a hard enough time on YouTube, so I'm not overdoing it. It's also not really necessary. It's mostly just for fun. And the first game that I would like to stream would be Crypt of the Necrodancer. Very appropriate to what I'm drawing right now, because normally when I play that game I like to have the metal soundtrack running from Family Jewels. That's just the most fun to me. And yeah, I would also have that soundtrack running during the stream and would be very fun. And I think I'm at least somewhat decent in that game. I'm not very good, I'm not a speedrunner or anything like that. And, you know, I haven't beaten the hardest difficulties or anything like that. But, you know, I can somewhat consistently finish runs at normal difficulty. And it's fun, it's cool music, and I like that game a lot, and it's always something different because it's a roguelike, and so it's a lot of stuff is randomized. So whenever you do a new run, it's gonna be something different, and that's exciting. So with the strings now in a lighter color, I am much better able to tell how the colors are gonna come over. And so might actually switch this color here to a purple too. But a purple that is much closer to blue. So you have a little bit of a contrast to the skin color of the Yoshi. Of course, it's gonna be much darker. This color here can be a bit lighter. Or maybe actually can still be dark, just slightly less dark. Like this, maybe. Maybe some yellow? Nah. Have to make sure that the colors aren't too close to the Yoshi, so it doesn't blend together all too much. I was thinking about making the fret yellow. Almost kind of like a golden color. I think the colors of the guitar come over nicely, but the outlines need to be bright because the guitar itself is so dark. So it kind of blends into the dark background. Now, am I going to include an extra outline or just gonna straight up use the normal outlines is the question. Let's see. These kind of outlines actually look quite flashy, which is a good thing, I would say. I already expected that this particular emote, this drawing here, is gonna take me a while. Because it's very unusual and I would need to figure out a bunch of stuff. It's just how it is. Also, one thing that I've noticed about me standing is that for some reason I tend to, when I'm standing still, I tend to extend my belly forwards, which is not a good posture to have. And it is also especially like extra straining for my back. And when I focus on straightening my back and pulling my belly back in, I immediately feel much better for my back. Like it's so much less straining. It's kind of crazy. Right now I constantly need to remind myself to, you know, stand properly, stand straight up, not extending my belly or anything like that. And I hope over time I just get used to it and just, you know, the healthy posture is gonna be my default. So I think the lighter outlines for the guitar kind of look a bit weird this close up, but when you zoom out it actually works. And that's what matters, because that's gonna be the actual size. Also, I just noticed that I of course need to do this for the glasses too. They're straight up black, so they're especially gonna blend into the dark background. Again, if I'm zoomed in, it kind of looks weird with the light outlines, but at this size it actually works. It looks alright. Well then, let's add some shading, shall we? Hey there, Arkeel. How are you doing? Very good. Akil Ngurts. I mean, yeah, I can read your name. I don't know if I pronounce it right. You got me there. Well done. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. It helps a lot. And also wish you a great day. One problem that I still have with the neck is when I'm drawing for a long time, so I kind of feel it right now. Because, you know, I still have to look down and I can't really raise the height of the drawing tablet all that much more. First of all, because it's like, with my setup right now, it would always be in front of other screens and that would be a pain. And also, if it gets much higher, then it's getting uncomfortable for my arms. So, I'm gonna have one or another. But you know, Normally I don't draw for that long straight. Normally I just take breaks every half an hour or maybe a full an hour. This right here is very unusual. But you know, I'm still getting used to it. I could also just take short breaks in between during my stream, but I know I want to do stuff during my stream. I don't want to just fool around all the time. But we could have a short kitty break, shall we? Let's switch over to the kitty cam. There she is. How are you doing, huh? Ooh, it feels nice, right? I still have the issue with her chin being kind of messed up. It's still probably some kind of form of acne. And probably also her always scratching the wounds open again. I try to clean those wounds all the time and disinfect them. But I don't know. Seems to be a never-ending story with her. It's not that big of a deal anyways, it's just some small wounds on her chin. It's nothing too worrying. Oh well. I don't think that causing her a lot of pain or anything like that. But it might be irritating for her. That's might be also the reason why she's constantly scratching the wounds open again. You're so tired. You're so tired. Are you even too tired to play a little, huh? Look. Oh. What do we have here? Yeah, you move a little, right? Oh. Wow. You're slowly waking up. I'm trying to take a break from looking down all the time, but now I'm doing the same thing, looking down below my desk. What? Hoko, what are you doing? So chaotic. Or are you just gonna sit there? I could move the camera a little bit, but I don't want to change it too much. Come on, Hoko. Either get back into the basket or goes to some other spot. Let me actually remove this pillow here. I'm gonna go back. Good. Very good. Just gonna put this in here. You little butt.
so pretty. Aw, no need color mode, right? You. You purring? No. But you're happy. You're so happy. You. Alright.
Kitty break is over. Let's get back to the drawing. Hoko. Left the basket. Where are you gonna go now? Oh, kitty. You know what? How about giving Hoko some catnip again? Gonna switch over to Kitty Cat. Let me put this thing over here. Let's see. Enough. Look. Good. Good. What do we have here? You hear that? Ooh. Immediately she's excited. Alright. Want that? Ooh. Actually, let me quickly switch the microphone so that you can hear me better while I'm back here. This is just a little catnip bag that came with some other toy. Ooh, you're so excited. So excited. So excited. Love it. Love your drugs. Drug kitty. You addicted little kitty. Well, she's not actually addicted, I'm joking here. Just to make that clear. Round and round. Where is it? Where is it? There. I'm gonna put it right. Oh, you just can't wait. Let me sprinkle it slowly out. I don't want the huge amount to come out. Oh my god. It's hard for me. Got it out a little. And now she's licking it. So happy. And this is how I make sure that she stays in front of the camera. Very easy. Wow. 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 Kitty's so happy. So happy. Oogie boo. Oogie boo. Hmm? Yummy. Still smells. Hey cat, welcome back. Just popping in and
feeding the cat, at least what I can read. The chat is so far away. I'm not feeding her, at least that's not not what she actually should do with the catnip. It's just getting high. You can't just sniff it, you know, you don't have to lick it. Wow. He's so happy now. Hmm? Little boo. Your little butt. Yes, that was what I was doing. That we were doing. Now she's super cuddly. Hmm? Are you so happy? Ah. That was a bit too much. How's the stream going? It's going nice. Not all too much progress with the emote so far. I will get back to the drawing very soon. No? You're relaxing? Hmm? You're so happy. Such a good kitty. Okay. I'm gonna relax over here now. Okay. Oh, you look. Oh, you look at me. Oh, you looking at me. So sweet. She's still looking at me. She wants more pets, huh? Camera.
Yes, she is very adorable. You should be able to see her at least a little bit, right? Yeah. Just over the edge, just a little bit. You can see her. Yeah. You silly. Alright. Oh, that's the wrong camera. There we go. Nice emote, thank you. It took me a while to figure out some things, but I think the colors and stuff like that should be mostly fine now. Right now I'm doing the shading. Yeah, let's get back to it. You're gonna head off again? Alright. Have a good one. Man, I also would like to play Stardew Valley again. It's such a nice, relaxing game. Maybe I'll stream it. It's been a while since the last time I played it, and there has been a lot of extra content ever since then. Now there is multiplayer and a new area and other new things that I'm not really all too aware of because I'm also trying to avoid spoilers. It's nice that the developer of that game was trying to work on it and improve it, and you know, even though it already was a big success and they could just leave it as it is and it would be fine and people would still buy it, and they still want to work on that project, still want to improve it and give the players even more stuff, and that's nice. It's a very beloved game for very good reasons, in my opinion. Oh yeah, when I was setting everything up, like not only was I changing a lot of stuff, moving stuff around and so on, but I was cleaning a lot and I was sorting through things. And one of the things I was sorting through were my old games again. When I was younger, I was selling a lot of my old games in order to get... thank you for the follow, Emily. Sorry, that was probably during the time when I was playing with the cat and I didn't have the headphones on, so I wasn't able to hear the notification, but I appreciate your follow. Yeah. Where was I? Yeah. So I was selling a lot of my old games as a kid in order to get new games. I wasn't really interested in keeping my old games because, you know, I was a dumb kid and, you know, I had to have new stuff and I wasn't really all too interested in playing old stuff. So I don't have my N64 anymore and any of those games. And sold a bunch of other games too, a bunch of PC games. I mean, those PC games wouldn't really work anymore, and a lot of other stuff wouldn't really work all that well. But still, it's also for nostalgic reasons that I kind of wish I still had them, but also at the same time it doesn't really matter all that much because you have emulators. If I want to play, I don't know, Ocarina of Time again or stuff like that, I can just easily do it with an emulator. And even better, because there would be no lag, I could have a high resolution, you know, but still. Probably these games are now in the possession of some kind of collector. whoever bought them back then at the flea market. I don't know. But yeah, what I was trying to say is, among the things that I found again, there were also my old Game Boy games. So at least I kept those. And I felt very nostalgic again. And since I was talking about Stardew Valley, one of the games that I feel especially very nostalgic for is Harvest Moon. I think the game for the Game Boy Advance is called Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town. I think that's the one. And I played it a lot. Because that was the game that I bought right before I had to stay at the hospital for quite a long time. Hey there, Turtle. How are you doing? Because I had a couple of surgeries with my ear and stuff, and so I needed to, like, I had several surgeries, and all the time I had to stay for a while in the hospital. And you know, you can't really do much at the hospital. Back then you had access to TVs and stuff, so that was nice, but you know, first of all, you were bound to whatever was running on TV. And second of all, there were other people who wanted to watch TV, especially old people, and they were not always interested in the stuff that I would have wanted to watch, and so I don't want to bother them. You need Kitty? Oh. Sorry. That thing was still up. There's Kitty. You're fine? That's good. Good to hear. Good to read. Yeah, so I was staying at the hospital for a long time, and so having a Game Boy was great. I was playing the whole freaking time. Of course, I was trying to make sure that I don't bother anybody with it either, so whenever, like, I was in a two-person, like sometimes I was in a two-person, sometimes was a three-person room, like 3 patients or 2 patients. And whenever somebody, like one of the others, were in the room, I made sure to turn off the volume, the sound. But yeah, playing that game, it's also one of the games that you can play for a long time. It's a Harvest Moon game, and so, you know, you have to grind a lot. You have to farm and gather money for a long time, and mine, and gain friendship with people, which of course you do by just giving them presents over and over and over again. Yes, Kitty! Kitty's here. She got some catnip, and now she's tired. And yeah, I played Harvest Moon back then all the time. And got it right before I had to go to the hospital again, and yeah. And that was the first Harvest Moon game that I played. And that got me into the series. And after that, I got a bunch of other Harvest Moon games for the GameCube and the Wii. And played. Also, what was it again? Rune Factory. That's the more like fantasy style Harvest Moon with some RPG elements, and it was also pretty cool. So you're very good at drawing cats now. That's great. I'm very glad to hear that. Read that. Doesn't matter, but still, it seems weird when I say here when I'm actually reading it. I don't know. I'm very glad. And you know, I also found a bunch of other Game Boy games. I still have all of the Pokemon games, of course. From the first to all the first 3 generations. What else do I have? Oh yeah, I have the Capcom Zelda games, you know, Oracle of Seasons and the other one, Time Passed, something like that. The other one was more time-based. Just need to practice mouse now. Ah, okay. Yeah, mouse, drawing cat mouse is something that I also struggle a little bit more, especially when they're open. The form is not that easy to explain, so yeah. But I'm sure if you study and practice enough, you will also master that. If I said something, yes, I'm saying things all the time. As far as I can see, my microphone is not turned off. Yeah, I just said that cat mouths are not easy to draw. I also struggle with it. But I think if you study and practice long enough, you can also master them. Too big or too long? Well, at least you're able to see what the issue is. You're able to see, okay, that's too long, that is too big, that is kind of off. So you know where the mistake lies at, and so you can work on that. It's way better than drawing something and it looks off, but you have no idea why. So if you keep it in mind, what you have noticed about your past drawings, then it will definitely improve your future drawings. Yes, kitty. And Restream is again giving me this weird notification. Yes, I got 100 messages. I don't care. I can't turn it off anywhere. At least I didn't find any option like that. Oh well. Maybe let's also include some light reflections. Make it extra detailed. Cause why not? I imagine the skin of those Yoshis to be very smooth and soft. Of course it would also have some kind of shine. The boots too. And of course the tongue has to look shiny. And the legs, yeah, legs are can also be a bit more difficult. You loved the bubble that I drew. Thank you. Took me long enough. Way too long. Oh well. At least I can do a lot with the drawing. It will be very useful for the tutorial. And that's the point. So maybe I'm not so sure if I should give it some kind of extra effect, like some kind of electric thunder around this Yoshi. But there's already enough going on in this emote, and I don't want to overload it even more. I think it already has too much anyways. So I'm not so sure. I'm gonna download Discord only for using my server. I mean, there are many other really nice servers out there. If you want to discover more streamers, then a lot of those also have Discord, especially on the Twitch side. I can call you Nina. Okay, I'll try to remember. I'm not very good at remembering names, so you might have to remind me again at some other point, at a later point. What's my name? My name is Manuel. It's also, I think it's also written in the FAQ. Not exactly sure. Alright. Change the outline color of the tongue so the red comes out a little bit better in small sizes. You can see the tongue a bit better. Yeah. I think it is alright. Like at the small size you can still kind of see that it's supposed to be a guitar and it's sticking out its tongue. And the larger size, of course, you can see it very well. I would say that it looks fine. Now let me also check out other background colors. How about white? White, of course, is no problem because most of the colors are very dark. Yeah, I would say it looks alright. Now let me actually also remove this here. And adjust. There we go. That's it. No, I already downloaded Discord, but people are being rude and toxic. I'm sorry about that. That sucks for sure. There are, of course, a lot of very toxic Discord servers out there. I only join Discord servers of people, of streamers and YouTubers and stuff, that I already know that they have a very positive community. If it's like kind of more unorganized and kind of chaotic and not very well moderated, then this kind of toxicity is easy to spread. And yeah, I'm trying my best to keep that out of my own server. Right now I don't really have any help with it, but also the server is small enough. And I have some specific rules up, and everybody has to follow them, because that also is important for a good Discord community, that there are some rules so people don't overstep certain boundaries. And, you know, don't be a-holes, you know? Looks pretty cool, thank you. Your cat is purring. That's wonderful. Just curled up and sleeping. Alright, so let's move on to the next emote. Which one is it gonna be? I like this one a lot, and it's pretty simple. I don't think it would find some use in the Discord server. But there are some other kind of funny ones, like this one here. And those kind of emotes would be very quick to make, actually. Let me see, how late is it? Maybe I can actually make 2 more emotes. If I choose some that are very simple. Like the Yoshi just now was very complex. There were a lot of little details around there, and like I had to figure things out, and so it took me quite a while. And we also have... what did I finish? The clap. Yeah. And I also needed to figure out what kind of colors would work. We tried more of a black, like a dark color, and that it wasn't really good, looking all too well with dark backgrounds, and white is also not really that great. So with this kind of calico color scheme, it looks alright. We're gonna download, alright. Yeah, it's way better to use Discord with the app, with the downloaded app, instead of just using the browser. That is way more of a pain. So, I mean, a lot of these emotes would actually find some good use. Derp is also could be fun to use. The what face is also maybe, but I think there are less applications for that. But personally, I would just really like to have the sipping one. It just looks very cute and chill, and you know, that's what the stream is also all about, and the server. I'm slowly but surely feeling it in my feet again, so I better switch over to the sitting position. Get my stool, lower the desk again. It takes a while to lower and raise the desk like this, But I think electric ones aren't that much faster. And you know, it's a little bit of a workout. So why not? Alright, I need it closer. My back is actually still doing okay. I can feel it in my back, but it's not that big of a deal. I need to get used to it and strengthen my back muscles. I have a lot of catching up to do. But the problem is I can't really train my feet all too well. So I need to have breaks for those. Alright, so preparing the layers again. Okay. All right. So how are you doing lately? What have you been up to? Some kind of project that you've been working on, maybe? I guess you have been drawing a lot of cats? Since you said you got better at drawing them. So I was talking about what kind of games I would like to play when I eventually start streaming games on Twitch. And I would like to play a lot of games from my childhood again. Probably, like, I would just play them for a short while. I wouldn't care all too much about finishing all of them. But you know, just shortly playing them, reminiscent about those old days, maybe still telling some stories of back then, during the time of those times when I was playing those games, and what other stuff has happened when I was that young. I think that would be neat. You know, I like those kind of retro stuff, the retro streams. Might be a sign that I'm getting old, I suppose, but yeah. A lot of the streams that I'm watching on Twitch, the gaming streams, are... I think most of them are retro based, like most of the games that they play are retro. I'm definitely not interested in competitive games, neither playing them myself or watching people play them. It's not really interesting to me, and so I don't really... I kind of feel like a lot of the modern game community revolves around competitive games. You know, you have all of the shooters and MOBAs and stuff like that. And I just don't care about that. I'm not saying that I never played those kind of games. Well, I never really played shooter games because I just don't like them. But other competitive games I played, not on a professional level, never that, but just for fun. But the fun part was the problem, because it never was actually fun. The problem is just that those games are also designed very often to be addicting. You know, you play around and you lose or you win, and you want to play another round and another one and another one, and more time is passing without you even noticing. And you're not really having actually fun. You're just like, at least for me, I'm just talking for myself. But it was just the addicting factor, and almost all of the times those kind of competitive online game communities are very toxic. They're not very inviting for new players or like unskilled players, and there's a lot of elitism going around, and it's just, I don't care for that. You know, just why not just try to be a nice person instead of just bashing any newcomers and people who are not that good at the game? Maybe try to help them out, maybe give them some hints. That would require almost the same amount of effort, you know, than typing some rude words into the chat. But I don't know. So I don't know, I might actually be able to enjoy those kind of games if just the community would be more positive. But it's not gonna happen. Oftentimes it's not really well moderated anyways. And the only like decent experiences I had with those kind of competitive online games where it wasn't all that like super toxic were games where there were no chat and no way to communicate with your opponent. Maybe you can do some emotes, but that was about it. like Hearthstone, for example. I played a little bit of Hearthstone, which also was very pressing the addiction factor. And you know, trying to make people buy more packs and more cards and to be more competitive, and this is relying very strongly on the pay to win model, and that was more the reason why I stopped playing it, because it's just such a waste of time for me personally. I'm not trying to judge anybody who is playing those games, because everybody experiences games in a different way and plays them for different reasons. And so I cannot possibly talk for everybody. Well then. One issue that I have with this drawing is that probably that Steam here, you know, Steam is white, you know, it's usual color how you draw it, but it would not come over in a transparent, not transparent, in a white background. So what am I gonna do about that? Is the Steam just gonna be not visible, which would also kind of work. It's not that big of a problem if you know there's just nothing. Still works. Or am I going to use some different color, some darker color, but then it doesn't really look all that much like Steam? I don't know. Well, anyways, I'm mostly done with the lines. Let's add some line weight here and there. And this bowl is supposed to be more like some like traditional Japanese tea cup, like tea bowl that you normally drink green tea with. So I'd like to have some more naturalistic colors. A bit of a hint of green. Like this here, for example. A bit darker, maybe. Not so sure about the color still. So for the color of the lines, I could at least give it some very, oops, very faint color. Sorry. But then I also don't want to indicate that it's some specific type of beverage. If I make it green, then it, of course, it's going to indicate that it's some kind of green tea. Or just make it gray. That gray works also. Why not? And still should be fine in the dark modes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm worrying too much about this. It's fine. Maybe a tiny bit darker. There we go. Let's get to the shading. Also, I need to get the shading color back. You know, I need to have some kind of consistency. Otherwise, things will look off. As for games that I'm currently playing, it's basically still the same. I'm still not finished with... Also, let me lower this camera here a little bit. I'm still not finished with Paper Mario Origami King. I'm just not really playing that many games all that much, I have to say. But I'm still enjoying that game. But yeah, not doing all that much more progress in checking out new games. With new games I don't mean like games that recently came out, but just games that I haven't played yet and haven't experienced yet. And I would like to have finished Origami King already. Because so many people are streaming it and I just can't watch any of that. I have to avoid all of it. And for some things I already got spoiled for some areas in the game that will be later. And I haven't gotten to those areas yet. And it's just... pretty hard to avoid spoilers, and I would like to not have to worry about that. But oh well. Alright, looking also nicely. This dark background, which I didn't really worry all too much about. It's a very simple emote, so there is not much that they can do wrong here. I'm definitely gonna do at least one more. I haven't been streaming for that long yet. But I definitely feel it in my back. Let me change my position again. Coco, you're over here now. Oh, come on. Leave my salt shakers and vitamins alone, Hoko. Please. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, man. Hoko. You see her? Yeah, you should be able to see her. What are you doing? Just sitting there on the pillows? Meow meow. What are you whining around again, huh? I could change the position of the webcam again, but I'm not so sure if Hoko is gonna stay there. So it would be kind of pointless. Are you gonna stay there? What are you gonna do, huh? We didn't bite. Alright. This is after all. Here. Also, switch over. You can. The webcam mic. You can hear her too. Remember? I believe it. Ah, the wrong camera. There we go. God damn it. Alright. Boo-boo. Oh, boo-boo. No. Not the camera, please. Not there for cuddling. Big city boo. No. You want to get back on the chair? Want to climb over? Okay. Go back over here. There we go. Let's see. Hold on. Boo boo. Mieszkam boo boo. Mieszkam boo boo. Mieszkam mama. Boo boo boo. And you. Okay, over here. Yeah. No, no. Oh, you're so blue. So happy. Such a happy kitty. Such a mama. Ooh. Yum. Such a fluky baby. You're so black. Black kitty. See like that? And get back to drawing. Alright. No, Hoko. What are you doing now? Hmm? Well, no kitty over here. Walking around. Oh well. Oops. Alright. Anything I need to change here? Poco is going outside. Probably eating something. Or making a poopy. Oh well. She'll come back eventually. Alright, so I think I'm basically done with this emote. Let me just soften this shadow here. then trim it. All right. One problem that I have. Contrast here, maybe make this light reflection a bit stronger. And then also need some white here in the background, so this whisker here is showing up a little bit better. Alright. I mean, small sizes, it doesn't really make any difference. Can add a little bit more thickness, but not too much. About this much is enough. Maybe have more light. Okay, I think this emote looks fine. Was in different background colors. And so, let's say this is finished. And as I said, I want at least one more. One of the very simple ones. So either this one here, oops. Or the derp face. Now let's think, which one would be more useful? I think the what face is a bit easier to draw. But that would be funny. I'm just gonna go for the derp one. I think that would be the more popular choice. So, preparing the layers again. And I'm gonna do the outline. I also have to say, I have been feeling very tired lately, the last couple days. And I don't exactly know why. I've been eating normally, I've been working as usual. I've been waking up and sleeping during the usual times, normal times, and I've been sleeping plenty. I mean, Haku has been waking me up often as usual, but it's just normal. And yeah, the only difference that there was I was trying to get more used to standing for a long time, and my feet started to hurt a lot. And so I decided to not play Stepmania for a while and use my dance pad. I'm having this kind of workout early in the day. So that's the only difference. And maybe that was the reason why I've been feeling so tired recently. Because I was just missing this usual workout routine. But I don't know. I don't know. But it's good that I am able to stream now, because, you know, during stream times I always feel an energy rush. I feel adrenaline coursing through my veins, if that is how it works. And you know, that keeps me awake. I'm feeling very active. I'm not sure how I want to draw these whiskers. I kind of want to have the whiskers still in frame, so they're not just weirdly cut off. But it would also look kind of weird, I think. Still want to have this kind of like weirdly tilted head. But maybe I need to make it a bit smaller. No, actually, I want it to be large. I want to be like straight in her face, this kind of weird expression. Another thing about this particular emote is I can be very sloppy and doesn't matter at all. Because that's part of the design, that it's weird. It looks kind of sloppy. Uncle, you're getting crazy again, huh? What are you doing? Don't scratch. You don't have to run away, it's just... I'm supposed to stop scratching, come. Come back here, huh? No. You're crazy, baby. You wanna play, I can see that. Oh, you little boo. Come in front of the camera, huh? There she is. You don't like that, huh? You crazy boo. Oh, you're stinky, you made a poopy. Oh. Oh my god, she's stinky. And whenever she made a poopy, she gets so crazy. Look at me, I made a poop. Ah, be proud of me. Pay attention. I went to the kitty toilet. I don't know. Gonna be in this chair now? I'm gonna stay here? Let me move the camera. Yeah. Meow meow. It's back. You silly boo. I first said so pretty. Yes, yes. Oh, meow meow. Are you a poopy butt? Are you a poopy butt? A poopy boo? Okay. Right. Ah, that is mine. Have it inverted. I think I need to do this manually here. Right. Should be fine. So pretty. Pretty kitty. Meow meow. I still don't exactly know what I want to do with the whiskers. It's just... I want to have them to be weird, but not like just completely random and kind of like shoved. They kind of like look too shoved to the side here, on the right side, and it's just wait. I'm gonna just do an extra layer for those whiskers. Let's see. Across the... no, not across the eye. That looks way too off. Yeah, I think I just need to make it smaller. Just a little bit. There we go. Oh, good. Again, different spot. Alright, you seem a bit more relaxed now, so maybe you're gonna stay over there. We'll see. There we go. Stinky. Stinky. Stinky kitty. Ew. One downside of using the studio lights all the time, also during the stream, is it's a bit exhausting and kind of headache inducing to be in this kind of bright environment for that long. But you know, that also might be just a thing that I can get used to. Alright. I smell you from over here. It's crazy how stinky you are. Please clean yourself. Clean your butt. Hmm? As I said, this is very simple. It shouldn't take me long to finish this. And just some shading. And then we will already be done. I think I need to draw the pupils a bit larger, because in small size it's not as easily distinguishable. It looks very funny. So derpy. Yeah. Okay. That's much better distinguishable. Alright, gonna trim it. I still smell the stinky. It's crazy. After I'm done with the stream, I really need to open the windows. Oh boy. So, just checking if it looks alright in the other backgrounds, but should be fine. Yeah. Let's see, that's pretty much it. Okay. Alright. So, to recap, what I drew today was, well, we have this Dirk emote here. It's gonna be fun to use. We have some clapping that we did at the beginning, some kitty paws, calico kitty paws. Took me a while to figure out the colors, but in the end it should be fine. Then we have, where is it? Yeah, this rocking out Yoshi. I am pretty happy with how that one turned out. This kind of like darker purple, and it's just it looks very fun. Then, and the last one was the sipping emote. Looks very cute. Alright. I'm gonna put them on the Discord server right after the stream. And yeah, that was pretty much it for today. Seems like this time I don't really have any viewers, or barely any viewers at the end of this stream, but that's alright. Yeah. Well, if anybody is watching the VOD, then let me thank you for watching. Join the Discord server, and you can also follow me on the other social media. The links are in the description, as always. And you're very welcome in the Discord server. It's a lot of fun, it's very chill, it's a very positive community, and not allowing any toxicity in there. And over there you can also use those emotes that you I've been seeing today and many others, and there will be more to come in the future. Sorry. Next stream is hopefully gonna be next in 1 week. Sorry, I'm very burpy right now for some reason. And I'm not sure what I'm gonna draw, but I'd like to do something different and have more variety, because I don't want to always just draw emotes. It's kind of boring, and I think it's not the most popular topic anyways for the stream, that is. Yeah, and I've been doing pretty well today, considering this new environment and me standing all the time. I had to sit down for a while during the stream, at least a little bit, but for the most part I've been just standing. And thanks to the sitting breaks, my feet are doing okay. My back is a bit hurting, but I think that's just mostly the muscles who are still not trained enough, so I need to get more used to it. I'm also doing some back muscle training every day. So yeah, it should get better as time goes on. I know that some streamers are standing all the time during the whole stream, and they seem to not have any problems with it, so I should be able to get to that point too at some point in the future. Yeah, and that's about it. Kitty's sleeping, she calmed down again, and for me it's also time to relax. Not time to sleep, but at least time to relax again. Thank you for watching, and well, see you next time.